Hello, welcome. Today we're doing Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail, and yeah, trying to catch an alpaca. Let's get to it. Oh, turn off the air conditioner. Something I can do for you. We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoral Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles, lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory will not. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from the horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with the quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promised plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mabu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokoi ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well, then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Toliolo on the line. Toliolo. Toliolo. Then neither will I. We will make you Don servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pelt jaguar away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the weaver, Bolnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to that road where we first met him. As you can see, only the finest leather for my saddles. Is this where you met the weaver? This is the spot. After Bolnock talked to us, he walked off to the south. Then he was probably going to Ukilovos Inn. Most visitors to Huachapelo end up staying there. Let's go check, shall we? Pacha is home to the Pelopuu, and many merchants like myself make the journey to these mountains to trade with them. They are gracious enough to offer us beds in the inn and dip in the hot springs at bargain prices. I must admit, being received with such hospitality puts me in high spirits. I hope he's willing to offer us something wonderful in exchange. Ah, we meet again, but wait, weren't you all the way on your way to Huachunpelo? Can I have that basket, yo? Thanks. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Look, knock. I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? Third promise, you wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I see. So the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledge to reserve that peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Ah, that's a fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Bolnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Yo remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. It's not, that's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Yo, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set, our next deal is waiting to be found. Interesting. Success. You traded a 100 pel basket of alpaca wool for a 500 pel wool poncho. We turned 100 pel into 500. I know it's only 5 times more, but it feels like 500 times more. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are a number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Hmm, who needs a poncho? A lot of Mamo Joe hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably lance guard or sellswords. Mamo Ja, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they had bared shoulders, normal jaw carrying arms can be struck off the list. Okay, so he's wearing one, he's wearing one. He has a weapon on the left. Let's see, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, we might have a winner. Hello there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Toliolo and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade, for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I created it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, and the haft well made. I'd value its one pearl in the thousandth column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like this eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? Hmm? Ah, okay. Hey, here we go again, riding alpacas. Well done recognizing that toolmaker as a potential customer. If you've a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. We've been doing so well, even Tobley would have to agree. I always do this. Always forget to open the treasure coffer. Nice. Not too different, but it matches better. I still got the bottom skirt going on. So, so I prefer to not join free companies just because I should just to be able to do the raid content that I can't do through Duty Finder, but right now I just want to get through the story. Next is helmet and legs. Cool. Thank you for the invite, Quinn Toasty, but no thank you. Before we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpacas Mablu has so kindly provided. If I'm going to catch a wild alpaca after this, I can't be shying away from the tame ones. Not that I'm scared of them, you understand. Or their nasty, disgusting, foul-smelling spit. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Yeah. Four cores on forbidding sin. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Lucy, Luce, Lucuvulos, Lucuvulos, and so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn servant, weren't you? Third promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes. And everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to what woke Lamont's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Miplu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the third promise, and let's get to bargaining. Did he give the hatchet back to Wook Lamont? We should let her do the talking. To what do I owe this honor? You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now I see what we can get for it. Now to see what we can get for it. Oh, this game's beautiful. You're Mint Blue, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the 1,000 columns, the same price as the hatchet. This deal would bring us no closer to the mescal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procure an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window up for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third's promise's good graces. Surely that's worth the of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Rook Lamont. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help you bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would, until Kalana's reforms come about. I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Mabu. Yo and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Isn't it splendid? Go ahead, drink the verdant vista of my beautiful mate garden. Is it up there? Did you see how Rook Lamont came to my rescue there? She really is good with people. Whoa, did she? Oh no, it's just a similar NPC costume. Right, she's more pink. Have you ever seen someone picking mate leaves? I imagine the opportunities to see such are few and far between. I wasn't sure Miplu would bite, but it goes to show that you never know until you try. You brought me some leaves then. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you, third promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After aiding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as if I was. It's as I was saying before. Even after everything Tobly's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all to become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobly to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned your plans to leave? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dom's servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Toby held the same opinion. So talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Uh, am I really holding my own against Koana and Sorrel Ja? I mean, of course I am. I'm Work Lamont of the Dawn's Promise, after all. I've never been one to take it slow. Once I have a goal in mind, it's full speed ahead. That's who I am. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Aaronville's point. Ready then? Our next stop is the Mezcal Distillery. Oh, the smell of mescal is overpowering. The fumes alone are making me dizzy. Well, want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his products, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, perhaps Woke Lamont could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling about agave jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence has made it harder to produce said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his products. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the things they love. Hiring merchants to come and cull the threats would eat into the profits. I bet Goldbley would be glad to find a less expensive solution. Hmm. Me? I'm a chef from Toliolo. I often come here to buy Goldby's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle this stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations. Else, I might have a serious to seriously reconsider our arrangement. His spirits are excellent, I agree, but they're simply too strong for me. Welcome, welcome. Urapacha is terribly cold, isn't it? Come sit down and have a cup. You'll warm right up. Uh, Goldbley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Slum Perch. Most Pelu have at least one set of especially fine garments. The success of a deal can hinge on how you present yourself, so it pays to dress to impress. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Golby is working. There's a milestone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Woke Lamont. Oh, I think I see him. God damn it. Hey, direction is not my strong suit. There you are, Gobi. Jesus. You have business with me, madame? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Ah, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pell, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal. Just like that. Still, I hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do we want to play first? I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a big old chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like meat tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Ah, you're right. Absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Beagle friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mescal you're after. Should we offer to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect, you're aware the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be severed there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace to discuss that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing to be being too prepared, and first impression lasts. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valakshunsa. It would be a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Balnock, and his works are highly regarded in Toliolal. As a superior Vorklama and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the section of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. That is certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in agave jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly, I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was reassigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out, factoring in that saved experience and introduction to a trusted weaver. This is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes, I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Yo and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use time to pen an introductory letter to Bull Nook. The fields you're looking for are just north of Polo. Be safe. That young woman is one formidable traitor. Please be careful out there. That should be agave jaws over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Finished already, even hardened mercenaries would have taken longer. Go on, give Mablu the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if you could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobley. Here are the mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnock, as agreed. Then the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mescal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Excuse me. Yes, we finally have the mescal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, third promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you. But, truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Master Goldbee's praise makes me confident. I can be a peddler after all. Well, a bit more confident than before, at least. I'm satisfied with our trade, and I trust you are too. Should you have need of more mescal, you know where to come to. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Ah, can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Yeah, I love 14. The third's promise looks ready to trade the mescal now. My price is final. Bring me the jug of mescal or go bargain with another saddle maker. This is it, the trade we've been working towards. We're still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Can your tools ready, saddler? We've brought your precious mescal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing, a few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an inspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Ah. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Sorrel Ja, I cannot go against the guild guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle. Third promise. Great. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the request it materials, so this won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste that smooth mescal already. We did it. The saddle is ours. And to think we started out with only 100 per pel of alpaca wool. Malbu, are you going to be an incredible merchant? Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, third promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. You've been away for some time. I assume trading was productive. It looks like everyone's been pitching in with the alpacas. Let's tell them the good news. Where's Alphina? Oh, there he is. I made the mistake of startling one and caught a glob of spit for my trouble. I'm beginning to understand Mook Lamont's aversion to the animals. Toby and Aaronville have been teaching us how to care for alpacas. One gentle girl ate the feed straight from my hand. You might think catching an alpaca is a trivial thing, but we shall see. As I said, there's a reason I chose it for my feet. You've acquired the saddle then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off and catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Great, sunken gods, I did it. He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting of Rook Lamont's touch. This is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Haha, you're only now noticing that? Zoral Ja, he's back, having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he's brought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows it's better. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, woke Lamont. Dick. Strength alone won't win him win bleh, strength alone won't win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the golden city, and then Tyrell can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Toliola all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace, but I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts, only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Gulu Jaja did not elevate the Momo why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would unite not only Toliolo, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much deserved keystone. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Koana. It's like we're not even family. A golden alpaca in the flesh, like the golden city, I thought them a children's tale. I could never agree with Sorrel Chow. I want Toliolo to be a land of peace, now and always. What kind of idiot thinks the world can be united with war? Even most Garleans have since realized that their conquests were a mistake. Zorul Jah is willing to go to war for his twisted vision of peace. But should he achieve this peace, then what? So much of our star has begun to embrace reconciliation and rebuild, and this would be warlord would thrust us all back into turmoil. We cannot allow it to happen. I'll ponder Zorro Jaw and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle. I've practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Kansa is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Lamont off on her hunt. How deep do you think this valley is? I glanced over the edge on the way here, but the mist was too thick to even speculate. I've never set foot beyond this point. The valley is said to be home to fiends far more ferocious than spitting alpacas. Orunkanka is a steep and treacherous place, so only those with the head ledger's blessings are permitted to go there. The talking words. Zoralja may have caught his alpaca first, but that doesn't mean Woklama is out of the running. She can do this. Mabru's right. The least we can do is let Woklama know we're cheering for her. I can do this. I know I can. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna take a break. I thought that cactar was an actual enemy. It's just my hearing. Alright, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Real quick, I'm a mess with my buttons. Yeah, I can do this. I know I can. Oh yeah. We were out here for quite some time, but I'm glad Work Lamont was able to cheer her alpaca, and Aaronville choosing to share his story with us was a welcome surprise. Alphanode was quick to lend a hand with dismantling the tent. Is this to be his new obsession now that he's mastered collecting firewood? Look, Lamont had no serious injuries to speak of. However, she had clearly been pushed to the very limits of her endurance. I spoke too much. If Wook Lamont is up to it, We should be heading back to Toby. Thanks to Alphanauta and his healing hands, I can actually stand again, maybe even walk. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely. And the alpaca she tamed is a healthy looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Look, Lamont still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run into the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. I swear. As Mabu so wisely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. All that camera work for maybe I shouldn't be focusing too hard on. Well, nah. Came back out of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Well, Clement can't be that far behind. Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas, what grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Hmm. Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zora Ja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulo Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolel, in a time when the mountain giants in the Yukoi held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. Then along came young Golulu Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn servant. Our peoples were, well, he even had his own party and everything. That's cool. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yokoi in its stature. Interesting. And puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. So the giants were about that size. Okay. Because when you say giant, I think like giant, and with that bridge and all, but okay, so it must have just taken a lot of them to build that bridge. Anyway, some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Gulu Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what the visitor decided to do next. Golu Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and free the Pelku from the Yokoi's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulu Jaja transformed us into a clan of internment merchants. I've never heard of the bond Papa forged with the Palu, Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that Gulu Ja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that third promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Malibu, Mablu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people. In true Hulu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. Yet, you should be proud of the accomplishment which earned you your keystone. 5 more to go. You're well on your way, third promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wook Lamont. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Toby, Toby, Tobly, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parents, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you've found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobley. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the Yokoi. They once ruled over far more than just Ergo Pacha and the Peluku. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yoktaral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu, Pelu were commanded to search for the city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yokoi have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they've thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Kryle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. And since we finished with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in York Tyrol around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet, the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's two keystones down. I say we head back to Toliolo and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mescal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Zhao's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Woke Lamont, everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mabu. You might be right. I know you'll win the throne. If anyone can complete all the feats and claim victory in its right, it's Woke Lamont. It's not for an elector to favor one of the claimants. Still, I must admit young Woke Lamont has had a good influence on my Mablu. I expected as much from the moment I saw him, but winning the contest against Zoro Ja will not be easy. The Yokoi once ruled the entirety of Yok Tyrol. I'm curious to see what has become of them. That makes 2 out of 7 keystones so far, so good. I never dared hope would find a lead for this earring mystery so quickly. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Sorrel, Ja, and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and God's know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect, which is not likely if I stand here carrying on about things. Let's move on. Back to the ffxiv with us. The contest has hardly begun. The Pello remind me of Lalafell, never letting their size slow them down or hold them back. They move at their own pace, making their textiles and mezcal and raise alpacas to bear them to market. Idle musings aside, we've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. Neither Koana nor Bakul Jaja appeared to be in Wanchunpelo. I imagine they're around somewhere, making progress even as we are. Yet in a contest like this one, 'tis only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in direct competition. I've heard there are hot springs in Ukopacha, mayhap time permitting. I have not forgotten our obligations to Wuklamut, of course, having immersed ourselves in the cultures of others, though my anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us has only grown. A golden alpaca. Alone, I may have tried to track the beast myself. Traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. If she could see me now, look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have two keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. We've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. In a contest like this one, 'tis only a matter of time until oh, same dialogue. Yeah. Anyway. We've now won keystones from both the feat of reeds and the feat of gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Gulul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Riles said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokoi is in the upper reaches of Urugopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around through Kozumaku. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of wee wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course, who do you take me for? Hmm. Then, as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Cool Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachimeki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Wachimeki are to the east and on the other side of Bayside Bevy. Wachimeki is everything that Toyoyo was built to be. This is Aunt T's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely T Soul. If you're after the best tacos in Toli, Toliolo, this place sits at the top with ffxiv. You say that, third promise, but you only ever eat old Brook Everu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Chisel. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Come on down to Aunt T's Tacos. We've got a wide range of options, from healthy to hearty, plus a variety of sauces to choose from. This is our flagship location, by the way, or at least it will be when I get around to opening a second branch. Alright. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine day? Well met, Ropelee. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been tripped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, or were we? Or something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Terrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Yo, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought she might have reason to visit Wachimeki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Yo. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Hey, it's that guy. I've seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with them too. Von Jean Tain? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? I, that is to say. Okay. And we were no closer, and we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if you could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know if by link pro if you find him first. Our nervous man of mystery fled westwards, never to be seen again. There you are. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. You found him. Good, I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind, so be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Toledo, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ulda, Eshtame's Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet, as you witness, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of an ill-spent existence. I'll, all right then. You offered a morsel and then served us a full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicament of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers. Well, when you put it that way, I. Not me. I'm Wook Lamont, third promise of Tuliola, daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Hmm. Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? Oh, sorry, yo. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fan Gentane is giving himself another chance. I can't help but wonder if Forshant will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. You can do this, Forjante. Our lurker seems a changed man. I'm not sure it even is the same man. 'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Forshante, and I am a goldsmith from Ulda in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachimekumeki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So, that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Watch Ekimeki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know what that I was all that helpful, but you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much needed self reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Trade Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of the Wachamiki artisan. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you for Shante. Let me know if that doubt creeps back and I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Aaronville waiting. Always a happy day to add a new artist into the ranks. Do let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. I know better than to hold myself to an impossible standard. The only ma- thing that matters is the joy my craft can bring to others. That is a cool outfit, yo. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as Mablu described. I went to re-examine the Tuliyola saga. Should we continue apace, we shall soon come face to face, or rather face to knee, with those enormous yokoi. I am told some of them tower over even the hulking Jaja. All that's waiting was making all that waiting was making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both Zatlav Tie and Aunt T's. I think I prefer Tiskel's spicier flavors. I wonder what Ehrenvold's alternate means of travel is. Time is it? Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. What what is that? It's a punit punity. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. Unity. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now punities. Punities. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But did it have to be my old nemesis, another boat? Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Uh, Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamak Ukas rowed these riverboats to move swiftly through the hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tyrol now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make a landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Colna Lamatil, traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned two keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Nice. Thancred, Urianger, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable archons during my time at the studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the scholar who arranged an introduction to these two gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use. Such innovations born of Magitech or clever, such as innovations born of Magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Toliol spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place if not here and now? We did our diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Arianje at times, but it's surprisingly. That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Koana and Wook Lamont are vying for the throne. As Koana's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk the risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. Okay. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Aaronville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Aaronville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof, and I'd like any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. And I'll take any chance, rather. Then Prowl will stand guard with Yo. I'll keep Aaronville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphanode. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then, I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Let the hunt begin. Oh, it's a duty. This is my first dungeon, or... Yeah, it's my first dungeon. Alright, cool. Let's talk to everybody. This should be a good opportunity for you to see how far my training has progressed. Koana decided the river route was too risky, but I wonder how the other planets are planning to travel. We'll take this smaller boat to board the big vessel with the punity. We can't stand here all day debating the dangers ahead. We have a contest to win. Not sure if I read this or not, but as Koana said, once we're on the boat, there'll be little room to fight and nowhere to run. We must be prepared for all manner of threats. Okay. I'm a little nervous. It's the first time I'm using the new Dragoon in a dungeon, but I think I got the idea. I just gotta sort of replace high jumps with just alts since it activates on its own now into the other thing. I think I got the buttons where I want them. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'll be right back with a dungeon. right. I did not know that. Oh, Dragoon is so much different. shit. I can't believe how long he's lasted. At least we know he got a good tank. GG's. Holy shit. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns use a diverse region for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, no wise guide, are we landing the boat anytime soon? How can they expect me to read this fast? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No, no more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was, even with the nausea we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who have ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk? Walk, Lamont. We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not meow and moan like a sick kitten. Look, Lamont. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing, just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But Cryle, leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, yo. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Ah, the other side of here. Cool. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Ooh, feels good getting my first dungeon out of the way. I died a lot, we died a lot, and wiped a lot, but shaking the rust off and getting used to new job mechanics. Jobs work like completely differently than they used to. I think I'm getting the hang of Dragoon again. How the hell do I use you? Oh, for theory and torment. Okay. I don't understand. Uh, how do I use this ability? Oh, Yo, that's sick. Okay. I get it now. Trying to think what I can. I'm using the wrong controller. Trying to think of what I can. Yeah. Okay, sorry that took me a minute. I needed to readjust my buttons. Alright, alright. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be right back. Alright. Sorry about that if you're still watching. I'm actually gonna call it here. I might stream later tonight, but until then, have a good one. Be easy.